got 21st on CP, so we didn't. I promise you we didn't. I'll show you. I have leaderboard on the court. We did not get 21st. I'm yellow. I'll show you. I'll show you after this game.
Sorry.
There you
Can
go.
we fight now or like what's
I don't know, like who was shooting at me?
that one?
Think about the white foot Monty?
Boss. Oh, hi. What do you need?
Yeah, maybe it was Monty.
How do you choose between your children?
I didn't know we did that actually.
I'm ready to go on this end.
This is one now.
They're bringing your personal vehicle around right now.
Just watch for the
My science was fun.
dinosaurs.
Yo, why is my leg going slow? They focus on me, I should focus on me.
Someone on a wall, you're doing okay.
Whatever you want to do, okay? Where's my floor?
Just for this.
there. Arms out. ¡Mierda! ¡Un arma! ¡Frénala! ¡Ah!
So I guess we're doing this the noisy way. Let's go!
trolling. I'm like scoping my distance to John. Like trying to. It was so funny, bro. You see this? And you say one was volley.
The air defenses are still online. You must find the control tower and take it out of action. Reinforcements on their way. Go. the safe, I think.
I'm actually happy about it considering how bad Yo, the marks in the fall though, this guy over here. AJ, shut up, you shut up. When you grow up and be 5'4", millions, you want to be dead for opinion matters.
Shit.
If you come up against a door you cannot open, I expect you've already killed the man with the key.
Seriously good right now. Sure, just trying to enjoy the outside. And you can't do that anymore. Very convenient. Sure, go lay in the grass. Yo, what's up, Carl?
Well, at least now if you die on the way out, you will be looking fabulous. Your best chance is the main gate. There will be guards, but you can get through.
Hey.
Shit, more guards. If you see anything you like on the way out, do not be shy. Help yourself. I'm sorry, this is it. the sounds of it, Mr. Rubio is getting back in his helicopter. Watch out! You are safe, but we wait. We leave no one behind. Looks like Mr. Rubio is falling back.
Anything you need, boss. Just give me the word and I'll make it happen. Oh, hi. What can I do for you? How do you choose between your children? Your personal vehicle is being brought up now.
I've got someone for you.
You try. Careful.
Hey, I sourced a new color of yarn.
It's remedy.
Thank you.
Call just came in. It's up on your GPS now.
Remedy, that's not how it looks. Remedy's right in front of me. I'm shocking Remedy out. I shocked the set. Yeah, hit him once.
SWAT. SWAT.
Next on me.
Thank you. Just enter a SWAT.
Dude, I need aim training. I know, sure. Don't comment, don't comment.
Wait, I watched you with the lay on the street. Back up.
Are we doing fours? Jason, not? It can't be uneven. Or we can read it more. That's more practice. They need it. That's more practice. Oh, this is on? Okay.
patrol team. You are very boring. You live for fumigation. That's it. Head through.
Bro, what? That's wild. Oh my
Yo,
god.
what's that?
That's like my
That's
parents.
just like a major pivot point.
My parents have like the Chucky series in the back. Like Jets. You practically are a little child. I mean, it also.
Ready? Super Bowl.
Come on, quick out the chute. Boss lady's office is crawling with bugs. Take the stairwell on your right up to the first floor and follow the hall around. Someone will show you through to the infestation.
Good work so far. You're in the staff lobby. Try your best to act normal in front of security.
Don't stream stab me. It's not you know.
Okay, now go through the double doors behind the main desk like the professional exterminators you are. You're going to the manager's office. No one will want to mess with the fumigators, so you should have free reign of most of the staff lobby, office, and hotel.
Hey, bug guys, up this way. They're thick as fleas on.
190, 190, 196, 196. Sure got hit.
I got to fight this one.
When I got hit, 150 with this.
Okay. Good shit.
All the tests.
We gotta hear your drone buddy initiated on Miranda, saying rumor. Oh, that's not good. If his slam is crazy, don't use a pistol. Actually,
Yeah, tell your teammates to
don't use it because it's not giving us practice. We're getting 180 with combat pistol.
Not any views. These people are scared. Well, if they run in a rotate, then the red eye just hits them for like 150. 200 to 200, red eye just as easy.
They're gonna be on top of us again. Behind you. One HP. He's one. He's one HP. Right here. He's one. He's one. He's one HP.
Ah, your first time. Yeah, first time. It's never easy. There won't exactly be a.
Oh shit.
I did so much damage but died. That's crazy.
You did so much damage to the kill two of them. And that one, like, that was behind me, I did not see that person at all.
Luckily I made the music both behind. Trying to excuses. I was distracted. I'm streaming, John. Okay? I began to shine all day and it's like the seaside for my life. How do you figure it out? You can't that guy do that. Yeah, now what? John, God, John, troll.
Darnold's having shit. And we're just good.
When do you use that controller?
Not right now.
No, when do you use it? Like, what games do you play when you use it? Like, that kind of question.
Oh, Grand Theft Auto on the computer.
Oh, I should get that!
Wow. In 1993.
Okay, here we go. I'm excited for you. I've got goosebumps up my arms and butterflies in my stomach and a light film of sweat on my upper lip. You know where you left the car. At least I hope you do. You weren't drunk on painkillers, were you? Oh, no, that was me. Okay, get the car, then move on to the bank.
Bro, I can't.
Hey, you my dude, right? Cool it.
Wait, there's someone up. Wait, there's one above you, Adrian. What do you want?
Driller, I'm sending you that hacking program. When you get in the car, you need to get on it and start breaking into their system. You got the wheels? All right, go to the bank. Driller, start hacking their network. You need to establish a connection before you get to the bank. Then you'll be able to trigger the vault door remotely. The hacking program's cleaning up after you, so you can take as many shots as you want and they won't know they're being attacked. Once you walk through those doors, there's no turning back. Well, actually, there's no turning back right now because I've put a lot of work into this and I'll be really, really annoyed with you if you don't go through with it. You know, I'd probably refuse to speak to you for a week and then spread nasty rumors behind your back and maybe set up a Life Invader page about what a creep you are. You know, it'd be scarier if I threatened to kill you, wouldn't it? But in the age of the internet, when nothing is forgotten and humiliation is worse than death, in a way. No, it's not, is it? I should have made a death threat or, like, at least a mutilation threat. Said I'd, cut off your nose or I'd use your ass for an ashtray or do something with your tongue. Not that you use your tongue. The next pair of mutes I try to help into a career of crime, I'll make sure I threaten. So, since we're actually doing this, I'm gonna talk you through it one last time. We've given you pump-action shotguns to take in. They should look intimidating enough. You both go in, you go in hard. There are 4 security cameras in the foyer. Driver, take them out as soon as you walk in the door. Then you're on crowd control. Driller, when you're in the network, you'll be able to open the vault door on your phone. Go back to the safety deposit room and start drilling. You get the box, come out of there, get in the car, and hit the road. Now, part of the money I put up for this job went to getting you out clean. I hired the best guy in the business to get you away from the cops. He wasn't cheap, nor were the expenses he submitted. But, only the best. When you're out of the bank, all you gotta do is get to him and he'll get you out. You at the bank? into their network before making a move.
No matter what you do, you cannot even...
How's the hack coming? You should have this done by now.
It's on stream. You're on a stream. I don't know what you want to be saying here.
How do they see?
Maybe one is. He did.
Like I said, do not move on the bank until you're in their network. Wait on the driller.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh my god, dude. Wait, are we gonna restart after this?
I usually kill the person. 892 damage. I got all fortunes. I had all fortunes. All fortunes. No, I did suggest you.
Okay, I'm hiding it. No way, some guy.
Yeah, sure.
What?
Okay, time to open the vault. Take out your phone and trigger the door.
No kizzy? That's weird. We're definitely hungry. Oh, so you are cat. Alright, Heidi.
Here we go. Put on a mask if you haven't already and get inside. Take out the cameras, quick! You'll be broadcasting live to the LSPD if you don't shut them down now.
This would be the worst way to die. Oh, God. Why is it
Stay on the crowd. Keep them under control while your partner's in the back. And don't kill any witnesses, okay? No bodies. Not now.
What is Remedy doing?
I don't want to die.
What did you do, Remedy?
Stay in control. If they think you're weak, they might try something. Let the hostages know what happens to heroes. I've got my getaway guy waiting for you on StevenGRoberts's bridge. He's got a plan for the cops if you can just get there. Guy's name's Eddie Toe. He's a professional. He'll take care of everything.
Show it to me. Ooh, yes, it is the holiday season at the Crest residence, and Daddy's out drinking. Say, past. If that thing I talked about comes up, I'll call you in. In the meantime, if anyone comes to me, I'll mention you as a reliable pair of hands. Hey, for the first time that wasn't bad, but don't get clingy.
But you don't deserve to be alive. Who hit it? Oh, this is a nice ass car.
boss.
Sweet. Oh, and you want to laugh? Oh, you're about to get green on. Nah, you want to...
How low? Good answer.
Come on in. Come on in. Just laugh. No, we're all team. No, it's all team and not even worry about this. Come on.
Picture mode. Game. Computer. Picture mode. Computer. Game.
I wonder instead of there's no actual scripts for this issue. What? They canceled? They ran yesterday. Wait, is it a 2v2?
Yes.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Wow.
Steven, you need to come off that thing now.
I heard you.
And listen to me. When you put away dishes, you like to put away dishes. When you put it away, watch where certain things go. Don't just push them anywhere. This go to the side. Just observe what's going on, and you're gonna know where to put dishes. Turn off this thing. You've been on it long enough. Put on that fan. I am tired of telling you. I said the fan. Plug it in the back right there. Listen to me. Plug it in over there. But you hear what I said, where to plug it.
Yeah.
Because next thing you know, you're going to plug it over here. And pick up the cushion. It's supposed to be on your bed, now on the floor. You come home, you spend 2 hours on the thing, yeah. You're there till 8 o'clock, going till 8 o'clock. Come home, take off the damn long sleeve shirt. We got a long sleeve shirt for pay hot. You dress nice in your pants, but why you do with long sleeve shirt? This place is very hot. You know what is a heat stroke? I'm tired of talking to you.
I was just trying to stop you guys. Yeah.
Listen to me. You're not about to do nothing. You're not supposed to have a long sleeve shirt.
I was changing right now. I'm changing right now.
The place is hot. How much degrees is out there? And in this room here, you close the door and the window open. Once the AC is not open, on, like all day long, the AC wasn't on, open the door, let air out. When the AC on and you take it off, I understand you leave it a little bit for the cool air to stay in. Come on, man, work with me. Don't make me have to talk. I didn't sign up for this bull crap in here. Talk. Wait for when you were little. Leave the damn door up in there. You know what I mean? Leave it like that. Let air out. Put on the fan.
Good game.
What's cooking? Let me know.
Cable box. Cable box.
Check out our website for everything you'll need for a memorable event, including barbecue, summer packages, hot buffets, specialty platters, waitstaff, chefs, and more. So give me a call, and I'll personally see to your every need.
That feature was invented for? Saving butt-related content? Because I thought it was for keeping your favorite TV shows and movies all in one place.
Sorry, Mr. Sanchez.
Live TV and sports and more, but mostly sports. That's Booba!
Summertime comes and summertime goes, so let those good times roll. Summertime comes and summertime goes, so let those good times roll.
So who's my guest this week? The data scientist and Facebook whistleblower, Frances Haugen. Is the personal cost outweighed by the wider good? This is the whistleblower's dilemma. Frances Haugen calls her decision to go public with what she discovered working at Facebook not Plan A, not even Plan B, but Plan J. But if it wasn't her initial intention, it's now become central to her life. Sharing tens of thousands of internal documents with the media and US law enforcement, she wanted to show that Meta, Facebook's parent company, knew the harm it was causing and carried on regardless. The firm says Haugen's claims paint a false picture, and it makes no commercial sense to allow harmful content, as advertisers don't want it. But you can only really whistleblow once. So what happens next? And how do you keep up the pressure for change when you're now an outsider? Here's what's coming up. Do you think of Facebook as having blood on its hands?
Yes, unquestionably. Facebook's own documents say Instagram isn't just bad for teenagers. It's not just bad for children. It's not just bad for them. It's actually worse than other forms of social media. Because TikTok is about performance, it's about humor, it's about doing things with your friends. Snapchat is about faces, about augmented reality. Reddit is at least nominally about ideas, right? But Instagram is about bodies and social comparison.
Frances, thank you so much for being here, for talking to me today, and to all of us.
Thank you for inviting me. Happy to be here.
Well, I mean, your voice has become very famous indeed. I wanted to start by asking how it's been since you've gone public as a whistleblower.
You know, it's so interesting. I live in Puerto Rico, and no one ever recognizes me there. And I've been really shocked at, like, in some ways my life has changed a lot, right? Like, I can sleep now at night, so that's always a good thing. I do interviews like this, which is still surreal to me. But, you know, it's enough separated from, like, San Francisco that, you know, I'm never recognized in that context. And so my life hasn't really changed that much on a day-to-day basis. I'm amazed that I can have my DMs open online. Like, you can DM me on Twitter, and, like, I don't even get harassed. And so I know that compared to, like, female politicians, I've had an easy experience.
Has that changed? Was it different when you first went public?
Oh, no. Even when I first went public. Okay. I've gone like, maybe 10 mean messages ever. And, like, I always respond to them. So,
What's your,
troll me.
What's your technique?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm always willing to talk to my critics.
And how, do they usually calm down a bit at that point?
Yeah, they usually don't respond, you know.
Who'd have thought they'd be rude, hey? But that's interesting. You also say now you can sleep at night. Were you not sleeping when you worked at Facebook?
It's really hard living with a secret. You know, like, I think one of the things I had never really contemplated before I came out was whistleblowers in general are not in very good shape by the time they come out. And like one of the things that I had that I think was very different about my experience versus most people's is I lived with my parents during COVID. And so I had people who I completely trusted, who I could talk to things about. And so by the time like I came out, or by the time I acted, like I was already aligned with like what I needed to do. And I think for a lot of people who are whistleblowers, they live alone with a secret where they know people's lives are on the line. And that process really eats away at you. And, you know, I know that I did what I could. And so there's a wonderful release in that, right? It's very easy to sleep at night, though.
But I suppose with that, I mean, and you were not sleeping, you were stressed about what you knew. We'll get into that. Did you need a certain level of grit, resilience to actually go through with it, would you say? Because, of course, you know, there are different types of whistleblower in different circumstances.
Oh, unquestionably. We actually, I think as a society, need to talk more about the continuum of whistleblowing. Like in the United States, you know, you can't sign a contract that prevents you from giving information to Congress that you believe is necessary for Congress to do oversight. You can be a very subtle, quiet whistleblower. It's just that people see the few whistleblowers that are out. And so I think it's one of these things where if you know that what you need to do is necessary, you know, I've always been a long-distance cyclist. You know, you just put on more miles. You know, just keep going. And I'm really happy with how things ended up.
Were you scared just before? You know, what was that moment like?
Yeah.
I don't even know what the moment was.
Yeah.
That you blew the whistle.
So I think there's like different sets of moments. So while I was getting the information out of Facebook, I was very worried that I wouldn't be able to get out the information that was needed, right? That I knew that this was very complicated, that if you didn't get a representative set of documents, that, you know, you could criticize it and say, this is not a full picture. And so until I was done, I was very nervous that I would not finish. But I never worried about consequences because, like, the number of lives that are on the line is astronomical, right? Like, I earnestly believe there are 10 or 20 million lives on the line in some of the most fragile places in the world.
When you say on the line, what do you mean?
So far we've had two major ethnic violence instances, genocides, that they were facilitated by social media. So we had one in Myanmar where over 200,000 people died. We had another one in Ethiopia over the last couple of years. And we should not expect that to be the end. We should expect that to be the beginning.
And what's the difference between using social media to organize and using, I don't know, email?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. That's a wonderful question. So in email, the service provider in general is not telling you what order to read your email in, right? There are not algorithms that give distribution to some ideas and not to others. In the case of Facebook, the algorithm changes they made in 2018 to go from just trying to keep you on the site as long as possible to trying to optimize for eliciting a reaction from you, changed what content got amplified. So when they made that change, political parties across Europe, on the left, on the right, said, hey, we know you changed the algorithm. Because it used to be we could share the bread and butter of democracy, like a white paper on our agricultural policy. And it didn't get the most comments, but we could see in the statistics it got read. And now if we share that exact same content, it's just crickets. And it's because the algorithm now says, unless we can provoke a reaction from you, it's not good. And when you combine that bias in the algorithm, that extreme content gets the most distribution, with linguistically diverse places, like the most fragile places on Earth are often linguistically diverse, that means they're using the most dangerous version of Facebook, you know, no safety systems, because Facebook doesn't think there's enough people that speak that language, and the societies are already fragile. And so it's just very dangerous. And we've seen more and more times where that gets weaponized in a context that leads to tragedy.
I mean, it's safe to say with this assertion and other assertions, Facebook does not agree with your view of it.
I'm sure.
It says that, you know, the idea of promoting hate, that's just not what advertisers want, so why would they do that? It doesn't make sense for business, and that they don't do that. And also, with some of the issues, they recognize them and they're working on them.
So what's interesting is we really need to understand that Facebook is not a single product. that Facebook in different parts of the world are very different experiences. Like when there's a multiple 100-page report from the UN that talks about how Facebook was used by the junta in Myanmar to inflame the genocide. Like, this is not a matter of contention. Like, it's been very well documented. Facebook spun up war rooms in the lead up to Ethiopia because they knew the roles that they were contributing to, and they knew that was a risk factor.
And yet they still see themselves not as a publisher, as a platform. You know, sat there was someone from the Facebook Oversight Board talking to me about that, Hella Thorning-Schmidt.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you think that board is fit for purpose. They said they were very interested to meet and talk with you.
We met with them.
Do you think it's fit for purpose?
So the Oversight Board is a beautiful illustration of how effective Facebook's communications department is. Because most people hear a name like Facebook Oversight Board, and you're like, oh, there's an independent body that can ask questions about Facebook. They could ask, is Facebook inflaming violence with algorithms? Turns out that's not even in their remit. That when you look at what they're actually responsible for, Facebook spent $120 million endowing a board that can only look at content censorship decisions.
So it's not fit for purpose.
It's not fit for purpose. And we need an oversight board that actually can do oversight on the company, or we need something like the Digital Services Act.
Which, of course, countries around the world are looking at different ways at this at the moment. I know you've been contributing to that. Do you think you've done anything that's made any changes, though? What points towards that?
So Facebook has tried to expand coverage of its language classifiers. So in the fall, they rolled out a different way of trying to run their censorship system so they could cover more languages, which is one of my core criticisms, was that none of safety systems existed. They were misleading the public about which safety systems existed in which languages. Facebook could have released parental controls for Instagram at any point in the last 10 years. People have been begging for even basic parental controls for 10 years. They rolled out parental controls for the first time maybe 2 months ago.
And you directly think that's linked to what you took with you and showed?
A number of major leaders on the children's rights bill in the United States have said that the reason why their bill is moving forward is because of my disclosures. And I think pressure like that is part of why they have parental controls today.
CFOs need technologies like generative AI to do more with less. There are people who are skeptical about the applicability of AI. Trust me, they're going to be proven wrong. Only 38% of the CFOs actually believe that they excel in planning and executing strategy. AI can help by automating day-to-day operations and releasing capacity to be focused on strategic activities.
Hi, I'm Mr. Wonderful. If you own a business and have employees, you need to check out the ERC program at wondertrust.com. There's money waiting for you. I did, which is why I have time to tend to my precious little trees. You're such a good boy.
How's the chicken? The prawns are delicious.
I have a shellfish allergy.
One prawn, very good. Did I say chicken wrong?
Tired of people not listening to what you want?
It's truffle season.
That's okay.
Never enough truffles.
How much are they?
It's a lot.
Oh, okay. I'm good with that.
It's like a priceless piece of art. Enjoy.
Or when they sell you what they want. Yeah. The more we understand you, the better we can help you. That's what US Bank is for.
Huge relief.
Yeah.
I need it cool at night.
You trying to ice me out of the bed?
Baby, only on game nights.
You know you're retired, right?
Am I?
Yeah.
Save up to $500 on the new Sleep Number smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Shop now only in Sleep Number. The Chase Inc. Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
everyday products designed smarter, like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
Like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas
a brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more what's yours.
I mean, because let's talk about, with particular reference, Facebook, of course, the parent owner of Instagram. I mean, what would you say to those individuals who talk about the role for better parenting, the role for autonomy and looking after young people online, and that not necessarily that should be, the platform should be held responsible?
So I'll give you an example of how it works today. And I'll give you an example of something that's a really low-hanging fruit that they could do that would put control in the hands of kids, put control in the hands of parents. Today, Facebook has run studies where they take a brand new account, blank account, and they search for some pretty innocuous stuff like healthy eating, healthy recipes. Because let's be honest, we could all eat healthier. And all they do is they click on the first 5 or 10 posts each day, and they follow any hashtags that get suggested. So there's no friends, there's no other interests, they're just clicking on it, it's just the algorithm. Within 2 or 3 weeks, you get sent to pro-anorexia content and pro-self-harm content. So that's how the algorithm works today. They're pushing kids towards more extreme content. What could be happening is Facebook could start asking kids, they already take all the content on Instagram and make it into clusters. So there's maybe 15,000 topics, 100,000 topics. They could go and poll kids, they do things like this already, and say, does this make your body image worse? Does this make you feel bad about yourself? And if they saw a child who was consuming 1,000, 2,000 pieces of content a day that were about topics that make kids depressed or make them have worse body image, they could ask that kid, do you want to keep looking at this content? Or do you want to see less of this content? Because children are saying today, I'm working with this therapist, I'm trying to make better decisions, and the content follows me around Instagram. Like, I have to give up my friends to be safe. And I think that's like too high a bar.
But if my child was watching 1,000 bits of content, 2,000 bits of content, that takes quite a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope I knew about that in some way. That might sound very naive. My child's pretty young at the moment, but there is also that role there. I suppose it's some worry that by putting it all on the social media company, without perhaps even going against what you're saying here, that role is being downplayed or ignored.
So I think one way to look at it is I think good parenting plays a vital role. But one of the things we need to keep in mind, and I lived with this experience when I was a teenager, you can feel confident about your parenting, but you need to ask the question, are the parents of every one of your kids' friends, are they being as attentive? Or is every parent in your kid's school being that attentive? But I think it's an uphill fight because these products are designed to be sticky, to be addictive, because they're more profitable that way.
I suppose there's a difference between knowing something is bad and keeping going with it because it's good for business, and thinking perhaps there isn't or aren't that many things you can do to change it. Which is it with Mark Zuckerberg?
I think it's a question of, I think Mark struggles with, I think he genuinely believes that Facebook is just a mirror, right? That there's always been bad things in the world. There have always been kids with eating disorders. There have always been kids who've been bullied. This is just a mirror. And you're unhappy because you can see it now. And he has trouble acknowledging his power or the power of these products.
But you're saying he just sees it as a mirror rather than he knows it's doing harm?
I think it's the thing that he tells himself a story, that he's surrounded by advisors.
And they're not telling him either.
And they're saying, no, the world has always had bad things. It's just a mirror.
It sounds like a cult.
It is a little, it definitely has some management issues.
If you were Mark Zuckerberg, do you think you should be able to sleep at night?
I think he's really stressed, right? I think the fact that he has this vision that we're all going to live in the metaverse, right? Think about that a little bit. The metaverse was a dystopian concept in the original novel, right? People's lives were so bad that they went into these virtual spaces. I bet it's really hard for Mark to go to a restaurant. Can you imagine people looking over and glaring at you?
Do you think that they do that?
I think they do. In Silicon Valley, people are not pro-Facebook.
I mean, you sound like you're sympathetic to him, and yet at the same time, you couldn't sleep because of what you knew, and you didn't obviously know everything.
I think hurt people. And I think Mark has been surrounded by people since he was 19 years old who told him he was doing a great job. And so it's one of these things of, we can demonize Mark Zuckerberg, but it's not going to make him heal faster. It's not going to, when people feel attacked.
He has the power.
He does have the power. He's the only one who has the power. Because the voting structure of Facebook is different than most corporations, and that he holds 56% of the votes for the company. No one but Mark Zuckerberg can control Facebook right now.
Do you think he should go?
I don't think the company can recover as long as he is the leader of it. And I think the fact that he doubled down on the metaverse when I brought up issues around genocide, saying we have enough people, we have enough money and enough people to hire 10,000 people to build video games, instead of actually making these systems safe. I think that's a dereliction of duty.
I mean, the company's at pains to mention 40,000 moderators, and that they're spending a lot more on this giving more attention to it. But of course, as you say, you mentioned the metaverse. There's $10 billion, I believe, to be spent on that.
So when my disclosures happened, they increased the spending from about $2.6 billion per year to $5 billion a year, which is great.
On moderation.
On safety systems.
Safety, okay.
And great, that's a step in the right direction. But did you know they bought back $75 billion of stock in the 12-month period that's happening right now? So that they have enough money lying around to light on fire $75 billion, but they could only spend $5 billion on safety. They have $10 billion to spend on video games, but they can't spend more on safety.
Fabulous surroundings, but everyone's looking at their phones for financial insights from Merrill. Is he hailing a ride to the concert hall? No, he's making sure his portfolio and retirement plans work in harmony. They want to adopt a child and build a new home, so they're talking numbers with their Merrill advisor. She's not researching her next role. She's learning how to handle market ups and downs without the drama.
Personalized advice so impressive, your money never stops working for you. With Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
The Omaha Steaks Anniversary Sale is here. For over a century, we've guaranteed the highest quality in everything we offer. To celebrate, we're offering you 50% off site-wide. That means you'll save 50% and get our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. Never tried Omaha Steaks? Save an extra $30 with promo code FIRSTTIME. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today.
Don't be Wall Street's useful idiot. Leading banks and brokers are paying you interest rates that are obscenely below market rates. Why? Maybe they made long-term loans at lower rates and would lose money if they paid you higher interest rates. Or maybe they simply think their customers won't notice or care if they don't pay market rates. Whatever the reason, don't let them rip you off. Collect the interest you are entitled to. Move your account to Interactive Brokers.
You talked about, of course, what's been going on in different countries and the concerns that you had about lives on the line. But there have also been some cases. I'm not going to name names for reasons that, are obvious. We're talking about children here. But there have been examples of children in both the US, the UK, and I'm sure elsewhere in the world, where they have taken their own lives and the parents blame Facebook, this company, as part of that Instagram. They also blame some other social media platforms, I should say. But do you think of, with that particular instance with regards to young people, do you think of Facebook as having blood on its hands?
Yes, unquestionably. Facebook's own documents say Instagram isn't just bad for teenagers. It's not just bad for children, because remember, there's kids all the way down to 8 and 9. Like, parents have told me kids are using social media, using voice to text as young as 8 and 9. It's not just bad for them, it's actually worse than other forms of social media. Because TikTok is about performance, it's about humor, it's about doing things with your friends. Snapchat is about faces, about augmented reality. Reddit is at least nominally about ideas, right? But Instagram is about bodies and social comparison.
So you do see, when those parents have said what they have said about their children, you buy what they're saying about the role of those companies, this company in particular?
Unquestionably. Like, the one that broke my heart the most was there was a father of a child who died, who I got to meet with, and he said, I don't know what I could have done differently. I took his phone away. Like, I saw that he was looking at this content, I saw he was getting bullied, I took his phone away, and he ran away from home. And when we looked for him, we couldn't find him anywhere. It wasn't any of his friends' houses. And the reason was because he fell asleep on a park bench and he had hypothermia. And so I gave him his phone back. Like, I don't know what I could have done differently. And that's what parents are facing. They feel powerless because these systems are designed to be sticky. They're not designed for children. They're designed for adults.
This might seem a slightly odd question. Would you ever go back there and try and improve it and work there?
I still encourage people to work at Facebook because it is we have to solve the problem of Facebook.
But you weren't sleeping when you worked at Facebook, I wouldn't feel like it sounds like a good job move for me if we were having a chat.
I'm not having to hold those lies in anymore, right?
But I suppose if you're saying to people, go, you couldn't make the change while you were there.
So the thing I always say to people is, these systems are very complicated. There are currently 0 classes you can take anywhere in the world where you will learn how Facebook's algorithms work or the interconnection of how the algorithms work with the product choices. And we need good people to go into these companies and participate with their eyes open. Because the way the world
Well,
learns...
it sounds like they're going to, because they're not going to sleep.
Yeah. I believe we will only get better social media if we engage in the process of building better social media.
So if you were given the call,
I would go back.
Had the call?
I've never had the call. They don't really acknowledge I exist.
They'll definitely know your name. Just looking across the social media landscape, what do you make of, it might not happen, but somebody like Elon Musk trying to take over Twitter and grapple with the free speech issue? He's also talked about reinstating, for instance, Donald Trump's account. What do you make of that and what he's said so far about free speech? There's some who have expressed concerns about him, Elon Musk, as a person, having this power.
You know, I think it's so hard to read Elon's actions because he does so many. He at one point at the same time he is able to land rockets on the moon
upright,
land them up and down, all those things. So he must be good at asking hard questions and accepting hard answers. Because if you're in denial on the level of Mark Zuckerberg, there's no way you're going to the moon.
Okay.
But he also does all these wacky things on the internet. And so it's this question of like, which is the real Elon, right? And so part of the reason why I'm cautiously optimistic, I don't know, is I think once he gets inside the company and he can see all the data and he can talk to the people and get a more robust picture, I would hope that he would, you know, there's a lot of the things that I'm recommending are around looking at behavior over content. Because when we look at things like saying, you know, should you have to click a link to reshare it? How long should you have to have that link open? Clicking on a link before you reshare it reduces misinformation by 10 or 15%. These are interventions that work in every language in the world. And so I'm cautiously optimistic based on who his advisors are, that there would be an opportunity to do many of these things. And part of why they haven't been done to date is they cut off little slices of profit. And so I think there's opportunities to explore solutions that weren't possible when it was a public company. But, you know, time will tell.
Have you made friends with other whistleblowers? Do you know some?
I do know some other whistleblowers.
Is there a community of you?
They are very friendly. I wouldn't say that we have there might be an active community, but I've talked to a handful of them on an ongoing way.
I wonder if those are kind of, you know, sometimes when you take a leap, someone else who's taken a leap before kind of steps in and says, I know what you're going through, and you might want to think about this, this, and this.
What's so interesting is there's one whistleblower who I've talked to who took a very different path than me, and they went it very alone, right? Like they have never accepted any kind of support or assistance. And like I very early on started working with a whistleblowing lawyer, and they whistleblower aid. They're out of the United States. And they were incredibly beneficial in terms of educating me on, like, you think you have made some choices, but let me tell you about the consequences of those choices, right? Like, I had always intended not to come out, right? Like, that's part of why the disclosures are so large, is that I wanted them to stand on their own. And because they were able to take time and, like, talk me through consequences, they were like, your identity is going to be the juiciest story in the world. Like, and Facebook knows who you are. Like, they know who pulled which documents and whatever. I'm sure they know who you are. And so, I talked to this other person who had not gotten the same amount of hand-holding. And it's just so interesting. You know, every whistleblower is different. And the thing I would encourage whistleblowers is, like, always ask for help. People want to help you. And you don't have to be public.
I did want to ask how you relax when you're not blowing whistles and keeping data and then sharing it and trying to tell the world what you're concerned about, what's keeping you awake. You mentioned cycling. Is that the main, or what else do you like to do?
I love the ocean. And so I don't have my bike set up, but the ocean is beautiful. And we have snorkel equipment, and there's sea turtles. It's not the most wonderful thing. And you can just lay there in the water and, like, follow a sea turtle, and you're like, nothing else matters. So I'm very lucky.
That's a beautiful image to paint. I mean, I'm sure you shared some photos of it on Instagram.
My Instagram is only, like, the pictures of me meeting people. I'm not very good at. Ironically, I'm not very good at Instagram. So.
There you go. That's the scoop. Frances, thank you very much for talking to me.
My pleasure.
It's been really fascinating. And thank you so much for being with us. Until we meet again, do take care and goodbye.
You automate sales sales tax with Avalara, you don't have to worry about things like changing tax rates or filing returns.
Every year, summer poses the same question. How do you make the most of every moment before it passes you by? The simple answer, don't wait. Get behind the wheel of the BMW you've always wanted. Tell summer it's on. Don't miss out. The BMW Summer On Sales event is on now. Free in for credit of up to $2,000 on select models now through September 4th.
I am a genius. Did I get a perfect SAT score? Was I a doctor at the age of 13? No. I'm a genius because I hired Kitchen Saver. I got a kitchen that looks brand new, but saves time and money. Because Kitchen Saver uses my cabinets that are still in good shape. They call it refacing. I call it easy. They'll install new doors, drawers, and hardware that you choose. If you want to be a genius, go to kitchensaver.com to learn more.
Prepare to be impressed. Kitchen Saver.
I'm sex abuse attorney Jeff Herman. Dr. Robert Haddon was a gynecologist at Columbia University who was convicted of sexually abusing his patients while he was performing medical examinations. Many of his patients did not even know they were being abused at the time because Dr. Haddon made the abuse seem as if it were part of the exam. Hospital administrators received numerous complaints and never took action. A new law allows patients to bring claims now. If you were a patient of Dr. Haddon, contact me to learn more.
My breast cancer diagnosis was a shock. That's when I found the Outcomes for Me app.
You need to be informed in order to make the right decision.
You can regain some form of control.
Our oncologist-approved, easy-to-use app gives you personalized treatment options, tools to manage your care, and more to help you take control.
Technology like this puts more power in the patient's hands.
Founded by doctors and used by over 100,000 patients, download the Outcomes for Me app today.
You'll always hit a savings home run at Nielsen Dodge. My pal Bill has some really great deals for you.
Thanks, Aaron. And during our summer festival savings, drive away today with no down payment or 0% financing available.
Get a great home run lease on a new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee for just $349 a month.
And if you need credit, we're here to help always.
Everyone is a winner with our amazing summer festival savings.
I'll see you at Nielsen Dodge.
Make this the summer.
Join happy Optimum customers who love their Optimum mobile service, starting at just $15 a month. Like Ann, who says the price and service are excellent. Switch to Optimum Mobile and save up to 50% on your wireless bill. With coverage on a nationwide network, it's a deal you too won't want to miss. Plus, unlock exclusive Optimum Complete savings of up to $15 a month on your internet when you add mobile. Call 8776-OPTIMUM, go to optimum.com/mobile, or visit a store today. Get closer, go farther with Optimum.
Beyond. Let's begin with the recent financial turmoil, what it means for the global economy, and how the Gulf region's sovereign wealth funds have been competing to fill the $3 trillion liquidity gap. Bloomberg's Eric Shetska spoke with former U.S. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin about that and more.
I think the Fed is either done or close to being done. I think the uncertainty is how long does it take at this point to slow down the economy. I think the Fed was slow to raise rates. I think they'll be slow to lower rates. I don't think they'll lower rates until they're clear that inflation is under control. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to wait for it to get back to 2%, but it's got to get a lot closer to the target. And my own opinion is that the markets are predicting too soon of a Fed easing. So I think the unpredictability is how long does it take.
Mr. Secretary, you know a thing or two about banking. As Secretary of the Treasury, you were one of the main regulators of the U.S. financial system, and long before you became Secretary during the Great Financial Crisis, you bought a bank out of FDIC receivership, you renamed it, you ran it, and eventually you sold it. 4 banks in the United States have failed in the past 2.5 months, and several others are still in trouble. Having seen the industry from both perspectives, private and public, what lessons should we draw from those failures and what appears to be the fragility of the fractional reserve model?
Well, look, there's no question the U.S. bank failures were a result of, first, management failures, and second, regulator failures. So, although there were liquidity issues, and that's always what drives banks, in this case, you had a very big mismatch between assets and liabilities. And when you run a bank, that's kind of banking 101. It's the Asset Liability Committee, known as ALCO, and you constantly look at interest rate risk. It's almost surprising to me that this wasn't picked up quicker. Look, I think fortunately, the three major banks in the U.S. that failed didn't have an ongoing impact in the short term, but I think in the long term they will. And I think one of the issues we need to address is FDIC deposit insurance. I think it's way too low. I think I've said publicly it should be raised to $25 million. I don't think it should be raised to unlimited, but you have to have deposit insurance so that companies who have operating accounts know that their money's safe. And if we don't do that, we're going to end up with 5 or 6 big banks in the United States, and that's not it. So I'm very concerned about deposits leaving regional banks and mid-sized banks, and I think that will have a big long-term impact on the economy.
My view is that for a number of reasons, inflation is going to surprise on the upside, both in the United States and in Europe. Labor markets are very tight, unemployment rate at historical lows. There is aging of population, restriction to migration. In the U.S., collapse in labor force participation rate, the great resignation, and now the beginning of labor strife. So wage growth is excessive. There are geopolitical tensions in the world that are going to fragment the world. They may lead to further spikes in commodity prices. The Fed is not done yet. Even in June, we may have another hike, and certainly the ECB has much more work to do.
We do believe that inflation is the enemy of the economy, and the inflation is going to hurt the even household pocket. So inflation is in downward trajectory, but what we are seeing now is a sticky inflation, and it's going to decline but at a slower rate, and it will take a long time in my forecast until it reach central bank's target level.
This story of de-dollarization has been with us for some time. The dollar has been going slightly down. It was 70% of reserves. Now it is slightly below 60% of reserves. Understandably, there are other currencies, the euro, Australian dollar, small country, strong currencies that are taking place. We don't expect, though, a rapid shift in reserves. Why? Because the reason the dollar is a reserve currency is the strength of the U.S. economy and the depth of its capital markets. So don't kiss your dollars goodbye just yet.
You need a mix of all energy sources, and people need to realize that you need this mix. You need oil, you need gas, you need renewables. People talk about renewables as if it's the fix-all. If you look at renewables, you can generate electricity from wind and solar, but you can't manufacture plastics and things that you have in this room that are all manufactured. Makeup for women, creams. There are a lot of things that go. You have oil and gas products that go into it from refining and so on. So you can't do away with it. Panels in your cars and so on. So renewables, as far as just saying generating electricity, does not solve the problem. You need a proper energy mix, and it can't be driven by just politics and politicians want to get into a seat to say this is the solution. It sells, it's a nice pitch to say energy transition, but when you dig down and look at the reality, it's not achievable.
I think the speculators, like anything in any market, they are there to stay. I keep advising them that they will be ouching. They did ouch in April. I don't have to show my cards. I'm not a poker player and I don't know how to play poker, but I got it from a movie somewhere. But but I would just tell them, watch out.
My position is that looking at the reality, looking at the figures, looking at the surroundings, looking at the fact that NATO is not ready to send troops, it's obvious that there is no victory for poor Ukrainians on the battlefield. That's my position. That was always my suggestion to everybody, that instead of to manage to have a stronger involvement into the war, escalation should be stopped, and we should argue in favor of peace and negotiations.
I think he's entirely on the wrong side of what will be history in that regard. I think that Ukraine is going to show what can happen when you have well-trained, well-equipped, now with Western equipment, substantial additional forces that are well-led, taking on forces that have now been beaten up over 15 months of combat, have been in the line continuously, the Russians. You know, Putin set out to make Russia great again. What he's really done is make NATO great again. You already have one additional member, Finland. That's a very important addition. I had Finnish and Swedish troops under command in Afghanistan. They're very well equipped, well trained, highly professional. So that's very dramatic. And then the other irony is, of course, that no one has done more for Ukrainian nationalism. No Ukrainian nationalist political figure has done as much for Ukrainian nationalism as has Vladimir Putin.
Coming up, more from Doha, including Shou Chu, TikTok CEO. This is Bloomberg.
Don't let a clogged gutter rain on your parade. Protect your home with LeafGuard, the only one-piece seamless gutter system guaranteed to never clog, no matter the weather. Never clean your gutters again with LeafGuard. LeafGuard's patented seamless design keeps leaves, pests, and sediment out while directing water away from your home, preventing wood rot and foundation decay, giving you peace of mind that your home and family are protected from water damage with the industry's premier maintenance-free gutter system. LeafGuard is the smartest solution in gutter protection, proudly protecting your home by getting it right the first time for a lifetime. From manufacturing to installation, LeafGuard handles the entire process from start to finish. Invest in your home with a company you can trust. Call 833-LeafGuard right now for a free estimate and save 20% plus $500 off your purchase and installation. LeafGuard, get it today, protected for life.
Welcome back to the Qatar Economic Forum. On day one of the forum, Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde spoke with TikTok CEO Shou Chu. The social media giant had a lot to say about data, privacy, and the potential of a U.S. ban. Take a look.
TikTok is not available in mainland China today. As we said many times, the Chinese government has actually never asked us for U.S. user data, and we will not provide, even if asked. Now, beyond that, we have built, over the last 2 years, something we call internally Project Texas. And what it really is to ensure that American data is stored on American soil by an American company and overseen by American personnel. And this is truly an unprecedented project that none of the other companies in our industry have ever attempted.
What's so interesting is your industry is grappling with this issue at the moment. The fact that we're sort of almost getting a nationalization, sovereignty argument for data. We've just seen Meta, which I know the artist formerly known as Facebook, where you were once an intern, has just been issued a fine for keeping its data in Europe, or not, as the case may be. That's what's argued by the EU regulators. What do you make of this almost deglobalization that's occurring in technology?
I think this is a very important topic that you're touching on. Now, on the one hand, the internet is really built on this idea of global interoperability, and this idea that talent from around the world can connect very seamlessly with each other. And I think we've all seen the benefits of a very connected global internet over the last few decades, and I continue to be a big proponent of that. I think there's so many important elements of this global interoperability that needs to be preserved. Now, at the same time, there are conversations now in the EU, in the US, and in other countries around the world about what they call data sovereignty. Making sure that there are certain elements of the data. Data is a very big term, so we need to make sure that we are very specific about what we are talking about. There are certain elements of protected data, for example, are stored and handled in a particular way in each region. And that's something that I believe we are ahead of the curve, because Project Texas in the United States is really sort of a project that deals with digital sovereignty in the US. And because we have so much learning from that project, we started Project Clover, a very, very similar project for Europe, starting a few months ago now. And the idea is very similar. We are building our data centers in Ireland, in Norway, localizing the storage of data in Europe, building additional data access protocols, but adapted for GDPR, which is the regulation within the EU. And we believe that this is an important conversation, and we are slightly ahead of the curve. And I think that we need to simultaneously address the concerns about, and the desire for digital sovereignty, while making sure that we don't break the internet, that we don't balkanize this, and we continue to enjoy the benefits of a seamlessly connected global internet.
And what you're saying is entrepreneurs today are bypassing, in many cases, your traditional venture and trying to come directly and raise money from sovereigns. Fascinating. Which means it raises the bar to private equity and to venture capital, that it's just more than just capital. And I am a big believer that just passive capital, deployment of capital, what happened the last 10 years, because if you're a venture capitalist in the last few years, you were selling access to a company. So people work hard, hey, let's see if the founder likes me in order for me to get access. I think that's gone. I think the real investors of the future are going to be investors that can actually change the trajectory of a business, that can help entrepreneurs operate, scale, exit, hire, through all those things. And if all you're looking is for a less active capital, more passive capital, you're going to find the great companies coming directly to the Middle East, be Qatar, be UAE, or be Saudi, because the teams that sovereigns are building are first class. And you have real talent coming and working for these sovereign funds, because most of the capital is coming from this part of the world today.
The conception of where we think we are in AI and where we actually are, we are in the AOL days of the internet in terms of where it can go. I think what you're seeing is not suddenly an evolution of AI in 1 month when ChatGPT came out. The user interface changed. And we will miss that. The user interface became WhatsApp. Who uses WhatsApp in the audience? That's why everybody can now suddenly use AI.
It's a combination of creativity of a writer, ability of the editor, which is ChatGPT, writer is us, and at the end, what we created through AI is a new form of human being. It's still human, but a new form of human being.
It was a little bit crypto's version of the great financial crisis, but it turns out when you don't have the Fed to backstop, it's going to be a lot more violent, right? There's no overnight window in crypto. You can't go put your illiquid assets somewhere and borrow liquid against it. You are totally on your own. And that means that really only the absolutely strongest players survive. So if you look at like the 12 most valuable companies in crypto a year and a half ago, there's only 4 of us left. And so only the absolute strongest survive. But I think for trying to build a system that is native to the internet, that is sort of beyond any one country, that is beyond any one central bank, it's actually really healthy for those firms that are not prepared to be resilient in that fashion to fail.
So far, there's no evidence that Twitter can capably raise a subscription platform. So it's nice that Tucker and Elon have announced that, but there's no evidence of it yet being successful. I do think that you will see niche subscription services, but they'll be pretty niche. Look, we owned for 6 or 7 years Crunchyroll, which is arguably the best niche subscription service. It's a Japanese anime subscription service. which we bought, is now up to, I think, about 4 or 5 million subscribers. For those subscribers, Japanese anime is life. They will do anything for it. I think there are few things that are that critical. Could Tucker get to 4 or 5 million paid subscribers? I'm not sure. So I think the trade-off is you can certainly make a living if you're charging $10, $15 million among passionate users, but you certainly don't have anything near the reach that you used to have. And then you're making a trade-off, which is you're getting paid, you have less influence. As your influence wanes, do you still are still likely to get paid at that level? So I think it's an interesting trade-off for so-called celebrities.
More from the Qatar Economic Forum coming up, including Leti Tutui, VinFast CEO, on the future of EVs.
76% of 23andMe Health customers surveyed reported taking healthier actions because they know health isn't just a future state. Health happens now. Start your DNA-powered health journey today with personalized insights from 23andMe.
What is N? It's a variable, a symbol of flexibility, solving for the needs of today's investors, finding opportunities across asset classes, investing to sustain growth ahead of the unknown. That's the power of N.
The Chase Inc. Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
everyday products designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
Like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas
a brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more what's yours.
Tourists that turn into scientists. Tourists taking photos that are analyzed by AI. So researchers can help life underwater flourish.
Welcome back to Doha and the Qatar Economic Forum powered by Bloomberg. I'm Haslinda Ahmed. The world is under pressure to achieve net zero by 2050, with a shift to electric vehicles expected to play a major role. I spoke with VinFast CEO Leti Tutui to find out how the EV maker is balancing market share, environmental impact, and clean energy goals.
I think the government and policy play a very important role in adoption of EVs. You look at some North European countries like Norway, Sweden, the policy actually play an important role in converting most of the vehicles on the road into EVs. You see that in the US as well with the policy. I think in Vietnam in particular, there's a new policy where that reduce the we call it special consumption tax in Vietnam for EV from 15% down to 3%. 3% versus 40% special consumption tax that you have to pay for a normal car. Give us advantage in pricing our vehicles to be at break even or making a profit so that we can sustain the business, for example. So that I think policies are very important. And it's also important for us to continue optimizing costs, bringing down the production, the BOM cost, applying more technology to bring the cost down, to make the vehicles more accessible to the mass market, not just to a few people.
I want to touch on the ecosystem because I know that Southeast Asia is trying to build an EV ecosystem. It's not just about Vietnam, which is producing cars. We have Thailand. We have Indonesia, which has the minerals for EVs, and of course Singapore pushing through the adoption of EVs within the country. How do you see this playing out?
I've been saying since end of last year that ASEAN is a great place to have an ecosystem for EVs, and we VinFast is making a conscious effort in pushing for that in ASEAN. So I had a meeting with all the ASEAN ambassadors in Vietnam last week on the size of the ASEAN summit, and we had a few conversations about it. You know, each of the players within ASEAN can have their roles in building this ecosystem for EV. Indonesia with the minerals, with battery investment in the battery industry, for example. We as an ASEAN only EV player, for example, with Malaysia, like you mentioned before, semiconductor business. Singapore leading ASEAN in terms of adopting EVs, not only like electric vehicles, but e-bus and other form of green energy for mobility as well. So I think together we can push forward to make ASEAN as to build an ecosystem for EV in ASEAN.
There is credibility in the discussion about reporting structure, reporting requirements, driving a level of cost that's really not sustainable. From technology that our supply chain and our world in the future, that's two separate things. I think we have to invest in the decarbonization steps. If you believe that the world is going to kind of continue to boil, you have to do something. And I believe that. But what we're getting a little bit caught up in is, how precise, what do we count exactly? How precisely do we count it? Who's responsible for accounting it? Bob and I see each other a lot in boardrooms, and I'm on the board, audit committee of a board, and all I say is if they want me to sign on some of this decarbonization rhetoric, the same as I sign on my financials, it'll be very difficult for an audit committee to do that, right? Because the exactness, the precision is not quite there yet. So reporting, one thing, actually decarbonizing the supply chain, another. Spend the money to do that, and let's be really careful about just throwing, millions and millions and millions of dollars behind trying to get down to the last nanometer of emission.
The Chinese were prescient. They were early to go to Africa, realizing that they had to feed their people. They had to get the raw material they needed. Now we're seeing pushback where every nation is worried about its basic supply chain. The Japanese and the Koreans have historical animosities. They both want their own supply chain. The Americans want their own supply chain. The Chinese want their own supply chain. Europe is freaking out about events in Ukraine. They want their own supply chain. And this is a very serious issue. And we're all in trouble if we don't cool it. We need to really take a deep breath. And NVIDIA just talked about this with chips, for example. We have to take a deep breath and stop this downward spiral between China and the Western world, for example. We really need to remember that we got this far with an integrated world economy.
The consumer has been remarkably resilient. So we just talked through the last 3 years and everything that hit us. The consumer has made ends meet, and that plays out relatively similarly across each of the regions. So if we do a quick walk around the world, starting in the United States, solid performance throughout the last couple of years. More recently, some moderation, but still the consumer has remained resilient. You look into Europe, we were all very worried about Europe looking at the winter. The mild winter came about, and Europe continued to surprise. Quarter by quarter, the European consumer continues to spend. You come to the Middle East here, just walk outside. Walk through Doha, and the question is answered.
And that's all for the Qatar Economic Forum. Complete interviews from the forum are available at Bloomberg.com and the terminal. I'm Haslinda Amin. This is Bloomberg.
If you had W-2 employees in 2020 or 2021, you could be eligible for cash payments of up to $26,000 per employee through the government's Employee Retention Credit Program. Find out if you're eligible at wondertrust.com.
Taking an active approach to investing means looking at asset management through a different lens. One with a clear focus on our clients. Throughout market cycles, teams of specialists at Principal Asset Management have applied local insights and global perspectives to optimize results. This clear point of view allows us to identify the most compelling opportunities now, while positioning for what's next. Principal Asset Management, actively invested.
I've been traveling through
Optimum Fiber with the fastest fiber internet speeds now up to 8 gig. And there's slower and more inconsistent 5G home internet. With speeds that vary throughout the day, there's no telling when you'll really be getting those maximum speeds, or even at what time. Optimum Internet delivers more consistent speeds throughout the day, so you can work, stream, and game all day long. Don't settle for 5G home internet. Stick with Optimum Fiber Internet. It's up to 32 times faster and there when you need it. Visit optimum.com/don't settle to learn more.
When you're diagnosed with cancer, you have questions. Outcomes for Me has answers. Our oncologist-approved, easy-to-use app will help you take control of your cancer care. Outcomes for Me gives you personalized treatment options, tools to manage your care, and access to expert advice. 1 in 4 recently diagnosed breast cancer patients use Outcomes for Me to help guide their treatment decisions.
The information was targeted. It filters out all of the noise. It's an excellent tool.
Download the Outcomes for Me app today.
Athenia Mason Supply has the experience, the selection, and the knowledge to bring your hardscape to life. Family owned for over 40 years, Athenia has the largest selection of Cambridge paving stone with Armor Tech, a variety of retaining wall systems, and it's the largest Owens Corning cultured stone dealer in the Northeast. With over 1 million square feet of inventory, there's no better place to find the perfect stone. Call today or visit our showroom where a highly trained staff is always ready to lend a hand. Athenia Mason Supply, your #1 hardscape and mason supply dealer.
Here.
I pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV. Get all the channels you want on the only live TV streaming service rated #1 in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power. Try free at FuboTV.com.
This is my kitchen table, and it's also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing. While I watch your interviews, I know how to do some interviews. I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world. Is that right? Dan Doctoroff is a former deputy mayor of New York City and a former CEO of Bloomberg. I came to know Dan reasonably well a few years ago when he created Target ALS, which was designed to raise funding to help cure ALS, a disease which killed his father and his uncle. Recently, sadly, Dan was also diagnosed with ALS. I sat down with Dan at Bloomberg recently and talked about his life, philanthropy, and his desire to now do what he can to help cure ALS. Dan, recently, about a year ago, you were diagnosed with ALS, which is a very sad, tragic disease. What was your reaction when you heard about this?
Well, I was actually shocked, despite the fact that my father and uncle died of the disease. And I didn't expect it at all. I really hadn't felt many symptoms. But I went away on a trip to Iceland with my wife, and I had breathing problems, and I couldn't climb rocks. I got exhausted climbing hills, which is really weird because I was in pretty good shape. And so I decided to go see a doctor, not thinking it was ALS. And he noticed my muscles twitching and brought in the head of neurology at the hospital that I went to. And he almost immediately declared I probably had ALS, given my family history. So then I reached out to other doctors who I knew in the ALS field, and they basically confirmed it with a series of tests.
But your father, who died of ALS, and your uncle, who died of ALS, they had a gene which is kind of an ALS gene. You had earlier been tested for that gene years ago, and you were told you didn't have it.
No, I had never been tested. I never wanted to be tested because I didn't want to have to tell my kids if I tested positive. So everyone sort of assumed I had ALS based on my results and my family history. But when the genetic testing came back, I did not have the same genetic mutation that my dad and my uncle, and by the way, their first cousin had. So it's throughout my family, but I didn't have the gene, which has happened like 5 times in history.
So for people who were not familiar with ALS, it first became well known to the public when Lou Gehrig, the famous baseball player, contracted it and died relatively quickly thereafter.
Right.
He was in his 30s, I believe, at the time. Since that time, since the 1930s, have we made that much progress in diagnosing or treating ALS?
So there had been virtually no progress for 140 years from the time it was discovered in 1870. My uncle died in 2010, and in 2010 I decided, look, in my family it's hereditary. My dad had died in 2002. I got to do something. And so I hired a team of scientists to understand why there was so little progress made in the disease. And we came up with a set of theories and created an organization around those theories that included, funding of consortia, funding of core scientific resources that anyone in the world could draw on, bringing in biotech and pharma into the process. And there's been an explosion of progress over the last 10 years. I'm really proud that that organization, Target ALS, has played a major role in catalyzing the progress.
Now, when you were told recently that you have, about a year ago, ALS, you didn't say, I'm now going to just take life very easy. You decided you're going to go raise another $250 million for Target ALS. Why did you say you wanted to put the energy and effort into that, knowing it probably really wouldn't help you?
Because, first of all, this affects my family. Even though I don't have the same genetic mutation that my dad and uncle did, I may have another genetic mutation that has not been discovered yet. My cousins, my brothers, might have ALS. So it's very personal for me. But the other thing is, and most people don't recognize this, 1 in 400 people who are alive today will die of ALS if we don't come up with treatments. And so Target ALS has been amazingly successful over the last 10 years, and I thought there was nothing more important that I could do than to scale up Target ALS and hopefully see real treatments that save people's lives within the next 5 to 10 years. And hopefully we'll be at a point within 10 years that we can see a day when everybody's lives get extended and saved.
A number of years ago, there was a so-called ice bucket challenge, in where I think people were having water dumped on their heads, and it was designed to raise money for ALS. And I think it did raise a fair amount of money, over $100 million. But that was not for research. That was for care of those who already have ALS. Is that right?
Some of it went to research, but most of it went to patient care, which is important. I mean, this is a devastating disease. What happens in ALS is the signals that get sent from the brain to the muscles to move die. And when that happens, people get paralyzed. And it's just a progressive disease where you lose more and more control. So patient care is really important. We have to always find the right balance between patient care and research, because at the end of the day, the thing that is going to save the lives of those 1 in 400 people is treatments, and we need a lot of effort to actually come up with effective treatments.
Now, today, we still do not know what causes ALS. Is it a genetic thing completely, or is it environmental, or is it some combination? What do we really know about what causes ALS?
Well, there are certain genetic causes that we know are responsible for ALS. But that's only about 10% of the cases. The other 90%, we don't really know. We know now what the biological pathways are. So we have a much better understanding of the science, and that is leading to potential treatments. But the really understanding the cause, I think we're still got a long way to go.
You know that within 3 to 5 years, it's more likely than not that you will not be alive. So how do you deal with that every day when you get up?
I have been in an amazing mood ever since I've been diagnosed. I stopped thinking about the future.
We saw a huge push during the pandemic towards more online spaces. I wonder what you think about artist royalties for AI art.
I think that AI can be used as a tool to augment human creativity and to extend the reach it can do. But human creators need to be compensated fairly for their work.
Hyundai Motor, connecting art and technology.
Fabulous surroundings, but everyone's looking at their phones for financial insights from Merrill. Is he hailing a ride to the concert hall? No, he's making sure
HDMI to HDMI to normal. HDMI to 1080p normal.
I'm done with food. I'm done with food. I'm done with food.
There's the boss. Hi there. Hi there. Have a good day. How can I help you? How do you choose between your children? No problem. I'll have your personal vehicle brought around.
남노랭개교 남노랭개교 남노랭개교
us our children and women. The fact is, there's only one kind of red we like in this country. A red skin who knows...
Power off.
I took my time. I took my time. I didn't forget anything. Yeah, I took everything. You want to put that in? Not put it in. Just watching TV.
What the hell you bring? Where's the thing I asked you to print out today?
That's a flight?
Even this is a certificate. I asked you to from Sanita Travel. I tell you, one is for December 1st and one is for December 27. What are you doing? She sent it to you email.
I'll check it out.
This is right way back here. I don't know why they put it in 3 separate things. Such a jam. This one is okay, but this is the one you gotta get back. But you gotta get the thing one have a travel to Guyana. This you want it to come in the seats. You see it?
I'm checking.
Sanita Travel. The travel agency, not the airline.
Okay, yeah. Alright, yeah, I'll print it out tomorrow. I'll print it tomorrow.
You see it?
Yeah.
It's 2. Did you answer back to the lady?
What do?
Did you answer back yes? To the lady what I tell you about?
Which one is that?
Steven, I said somebody call you from Quality.
Call or email?
She sent your email. And all you have to do is say yes if you get it.
Quality.
Yeah. Quality help something care. Where is it?
I'm checking out.
Because I gotta send my insurance.
Over to your email. Over to your email.
Steven, you gotta print it out so it come on your email. That's why. Because you gotta print them out.
Quality. No. What did it say? Quality. What's it say? It's not here. Sorry, it's not here.
Yeah, it is. You said it.
What's the name of it?
I don't know if it come across quality something. Quality home care. I don't know if it come up like that. Let's see if we get a straight email come to you.
Yeah, call it, never mind. Quality healthcare.
See if you get a string. I don't know what to say. But all she wants you to do is say yes. So you get the shit no. That's it. That's all. I know you have a whole lot of stuff to do, but I don't know if you, but I don't know if you're okay. You just get like everything.
What's her name? What's her name?
Her name is Martin.
Yeah, it's right here.
Martin. You just say yes. That's all. What did she say? What did she say?
It's just an email.
Huh?
It's just an email. She's a reply to her email?
Right, just say yes. That's all. So when she wants you to have it because when I get my insurance card, she wants you to take a picture back and front of the insurance card and send it to her. So you got to save her email. Okay?
Yes.
Okay? Her name is not something. take your tablet?
No.
Huh?
No.
Stop coming here, I'm doing it, but Stephen, what's wrong with you? here? Sorry, family member, right? Oh, that used to carry you to work? You die? Die was sick? How old was he? Guyanese? Where are you from? Supply or something? Don't worry for yourself. In the East Bank? We ain't going to the airport? We're going across a bridge? Across a bridge? Oh, by the Banks DIH? No? So you died, you just wife and children. Okay. You work hard till you die. Tell nobody till you get worse. When you get sick, so you can't do nothing. His stomach or his chest? I wonder if he had known then. Yeah, he was able to get help. Yeah, he could have got treatment. Maybe he didn't want to have treatment. Oh, he changed it up here. Girl, I send you a flyer there. Never even respond to it. Yeah, I send you a flyer and I send you a message. I tell you, I must tell you that, yeah. Get out and go shoot the legs. I'll talk to the guy tonight. Yeah, it was my aunt's boyfriend. So that's how I know him. He always keep on every year. But it happened that this year I'm after the year. So yeah, I want to go. So I tell my I mean, last week I went to this barbecue in Queen State by my sister. And for the company and family barbecue. So think about it. So think about it. Eh? See something? Cash what? For the closing? Huh? Where you get cash money? Where you gonna get 6,500, 100,000, 400,000? What nonsense is there? Something right somewhere. You ever hear anybody say they want cash? Is the bank gonna give you the money? You think bank gonna do that business? Bank not gonna do business like that. Because, bank now you win a lot, and if you win a lot, you hell won't want that damn house. You go get a better house. Please. No, but what I'm saying, you won't want that, you want a better one. You know? You have no headache or anything. Bedrooms. The basement finished. Credit score. Watch anything now. I want to go the right way. I go the right way. I don't know that. And what did your lady say? Your realtor. First one. Maybe. So you say you have two people. You feel like you're so much more you have three. You can't back to the woman. You can't back to the woman if she wants to contribute to you. Can't vex to the lady. If she wants. So, so the basement got back bedroom and kitchen. Huh? Yeah. It's in the kitchen. And it's open up. That's why she got a call to like make a deal or something. This is differently complicated because Y'all gotta hurry up if anything, if not it done. Yeah, right now, and maybe you should take it about a chair and then a lot of people in the around here. Huh? So you said that they want some of them want credit, so you didn't do credit score and all them things done? We did I thought you mean that they want to see your credit. Take the time. How will you hold in there? Look on the stuff. Finish it. Yeah, because the market's so high now. It was open, was it recorded? Oh, really? Oh. My sister last sell her house. I paid something, I was going to buy that damn house or something. She make a good thing because when she bought it, she paid one like say 920, 170. But she gave her husband one time. They moved to North Carolina, she went out. That's me by friends for always living and she had to move. And that street where she lived on wasn't all of that. But I know those people that moved there now live down there, some people that would live next to them. I'm pretty sure they can't even do shit to work. Black up our driveway, I had them blocking our driveway. The shit that goes on the trash. I was coming in all the, oh my. They don't want to rock into the highway next to the spike. Oh no, next year no good. You're not getting around. How much is that one? And it was big, it got basement, it come up and everything. In the basement. And then you had the forest too. And then you have forest roads and the top floor. No, that's what I mean. I switched up. That's what I mean. Your weekend to work. Well, okay, so why do you weekend to work? You mean that is, oh, you got a part-time job and a full-time job. That's right. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus, Lord. They know me. She didn't know it, you know. She did not. They show you when this accident, this car run off the road. The people that you so well safe in no way. When they buy that they go at this Chinese store where they have it outside and the car run right into the three people. Jesus Christ. call her? What's the BBI? BBI? Oh! What call her? Why? You don't have enough people? Who called me the ticket? Put him on this side. Yeah, grab him. Same cruise. Just put aside your money. Stop put aside your money. Why I ain't trying yet, I'm trying to decide where to go. I don't want to go to Radi, but I don't want to go to maybe Antigua if I can do it. But I don't want to go to St. Thomas, I don't want to go to Bermuda, I don't want to go to St. Paul. All the places that I want. All the places, eh? I know that I won't be able to take you to some of those different schools. When I food, you think I buy anything? I didn't buy anything. Anything I bought was fish. I bought him was with that oil I bought at the which I didn't even wear, but I went to the city and it was on sale and it was a white dress. I don't really buy it. So I had the white and I it was Captain Barlow. Buy with it. I am like Christmas club that I don't fancy. Your daughter doing good? She works 12 hours or 8 hours? Huh? In Australia. October 5th. Well, I'm glad it's a chance. We can go to cruising. even come out of thing. You stand in there, you need to know how to take a damn break. obrigado. Alegre. Oh, thank you for this. See, we got another chair going to last your bed. Yeah. Put the stool.
fight me, man!
government stooge!
Nam nar get killed, 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 nam nar get killed.
Saki, you little alcoholic shitbag! Are you okay?
Oh, he's fine. He's just a concussion, a massive internal bleeding or something. Poke him.
That wasn't Saki's illicit booze bag. Something is going on outside.
Ah, so definitely now this guy really dead. He's like a 40 pancake. Oh, we could license that. Yes, that's what we do. License part of a balance. Oh no!
guy? What's wrong with you, man? You got phone, bed phone, and other phone. What is wrong with you, my guy? Yo, what's wrong with you, bro? What's wrong with you? Why you acting like that? You gotta be on the phone every minute of the day, bro. It's in reality, man. You need to cut it out. There you go again. Is you crazy, bro? Yo, did you take your medication, bro? Did you take your medication? Because you're acting like you're not, bro. You're acting like you need it. Stop acting like you need something. Do you understand that we care about you, bro? Why don't you care about what we say? Okay? Do you understand we care about you? Hello, do you understand we care about you? So why the hell do you have to be on the phone 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning? There's nobody to talk to. It's a computer. It's going to drive you in a mental institution, and you're chewing like you got bubble gum in your mouth, and you ain't got bubble gum in your mouth. So something is going on wrong, bro. Do you need to see a doctor for this? Are you serious? No, stay where you are, because it wasn't I didn't make you get up. I didn't
Let me get up. You're young. What are you yelling for?
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
No problem.
Is something wrong with you, man? Is something wrong with you?
No problem. Let me get up.
You want to run in mommy room?
For what?
I'm talking to you because you're going like you got 2 phones.
Alright, I'm trying to relax though.
You're not relaxing with the phone.
Alright,
get some sleep.
Alright, you go to work? I'm on your way.
Nobody's telling me anything. Get some sleep.
That's what I'm trying to do. Alright, let me relax.
You're not doing it. You got phone.
Alright, forget it.
You got phone on all night. Are you computerized? Is this a world you live in?
No problem.
It's not normal. If your mother's talking to you and you're not listening, why are you still doing it? Because obviously you're not listening. You're not listening, and if you break down mentally, it's her problem to fix it. You're not listening. You're not listening. And the thing is, it happened before, and she had to help you, and she's still trying to help you, and you're not listening. That's the problem. You don't want to listen to me because you think I know exactly what you're going through, and you're scared because the hell it is that she can't put up with it. You need to go and take your rest. Get off the cell phone. There's a computer.
Alright, just relax.
You can't talk to a computer. You understand that?
Yes,
you can't talk to a computer. It's going to drive you nuts. It would drive me nuts.
Okay.
It drives people nuts. You think you're going to get rich? Why don't you try praising God, and just doing what you need to do? Okay? Stop praising a computer. This is not going to get you rich. Stop living in a fantasy world. Stop looking at me like I'm crazy. Stop living in a fantasy world. Nobody tells you anything because they don't want you to drive you feeling stressed. I'm not making you feel stressed. You need to wake up. You're a grown 33-year-old man. If nobody's going to let you understand what you need to understand, when you end up in the hospital, you're going to lay there and you're going to feel stupid. Stop making yourself feel stupid up 1 o'clock in the morning, bro. Your mind is not a computer. It's not a computer. It's a human vessel with meat. And if it breaks down, because cars break down, okay, you need a human mind to program a computer and a car. You're not the computer. You're Steven Roberts that can program the computer. That shit breaks down. If you break down, you can't. That thing doesn't mean anything. It's gonna die anyway. Stop treating it like it's you. Stop treating it like treat yourself good. Why don't you eat? You're trying to starve yourself so you can look skinny. Eat. Nourish your mind. If your mind don't have food, bro, you're gonna break down, bro. There's people. Why don't you watch videos when you go to therapy? Does your therapist know you're up 1 o'clock in the morning with computers and stuff? Does mommy talk to your therapist about what you need to know? Because therapists need to know. If you're not functioning normal, bro, as a person, bro, and you have a problem, bro, address it. And maybe they can help you understand what it is. You don't need medication. Okay? You don't need medication. So stop acting like you need medication, bro.
Sion.
Yes.
You're not a doctor. Don't mention it's not nothing.
You're reversing the process. You're reversing the process because
Hello.
you see what I'm saying? She's gonna encourage you. She's gonna encourage you to do exactly the different thing.
Let him.
She's going to encourage you to do exactly the difference. If I'm not telling you nothing wrong, why are you jumping into the? I'm not telling him nothing wrong. I tell him if he keep doing things to break himself down, right? You're going to put him on some medication he don't need.
And goodbye. Something smelling. It's what's smelling. Is that thing where you got on? Go down to here with that dirty clothes or whatever.
Not dirty. You gotta go to work.
So what would you work?
Okay, why you gotta talk to me like that?
See, because the things stink. I know, not help me. I let you talk, but when you are telling me you don't need medication.
Let me talk to him because he's taking
advice.
Hey,
get out of here with us.
But he's taking advice from you, and he's not right.
You ready? Don't come in here with this damn dirty clothes in the room. Something smells. Something smells.
Why you?
I don't mind you talking to him, but now you're going to talk about medication. Not to take his medication. What nonsense and you not to take his medication. Not to take his medication. Yes.
No, I didn't. I said don't take it.
You, the next time you done the friggin' thing, I'm gonna take off the friggin' TV.
I was on there.
Here, I know, I believe you was on it. Alright? If not, it's that or that. If you don't listen, you need to listen. Talk to you about being going and go to your damn bed and sleep. Or so let the doctor put your ass in the hospital. Now what gonna do? I'm sick of this nonsense. Look at the time I gotta come and talk to you, I gotta go to friggin' work. This is nice. Put your foot up there, okay? Put your foot up on your damn bed if you want to act like a friggin' child. I'm gonna lick your upside down. That's why I always tell you, I said left this friggin' chair over here, not here.
Love you, care about you, sorry, take care of your shit, man. See you later.
Respectfully, and alert me back when you want to tell somebody something. No respect for me. What to say with you? What to say with you, huh? You can't listen? I'll have to break everything down if you can't listen. Simple as that. I keep talking, but you're still doing the same nonsense.
Mom, have a good morning. I'm sorry I woke you up. Have a good morning. Steven, have a good morning. God bless everybody. Okay.